Hello, everyone. Good evening. Welcome to, what are we on now? Episode 28 of these Mix and Chill streams. Hope everyone's having a good evening. Good week. I mean, we're all set for the NFL Championship Sundays this coming Sunday. What do we got? Broncos and Patriots. And Seahawks and Rams. 4 teams that I give 0 fucks about. So if you're a fan of either of those 4 teams, congrats to your team. I'm just happy the Bears lost. That's me clapping to the football gods for giving the Chicago Bears a awful, gut-wrenching overtime loss to the LA Rams. I'm very, very happy. Come join us on the loser's couch right here, Chicago. And then your whole fan base can eat shit and cry into your deep dish not pizzas. That's what happens when you only focus on beating your division rival and nothing else. You lose. That's why you haven't won anything since 85. All right. Obligatory shit talking over. Tonight, we are going to be working on not 1, not 2, but 3 songs. No, we're not mixing 3 songs from scratch because I don't feel like keeping you guys up until 4 o'clock in the morning. What we're going to be doing tonight is revisiting a song that I mixed on a previous episode. I'll play for you guys in a second. We all know what song it is. I decided to save this mix setting as a template, and I applied it to the other 2 songs that we used. We did 6 songs. We were going to have a 6-song EP. We managed to do only 3 of them. We managed to finish tracking only 3 of these. The other 3 are just not done because the band broke up in the middle of the recording. But we did manage to get 3 songs completely done. So we're going to be finalizing these 3 songs, or at least getting close to finalizing these 3 songs. And just we're putting some polish on these, right? Because I saved all 3. I thought we were done, and then I started listening to it, and initially I was like, oh yeah, this sounds good. And then a week or so later, I'm like, oh, it's not really the best, but whatever. It's an old song, no worries. And then a couple weeks go by where I was listening to it like 2 days ago. I was listening to 3 songs because the third song on this is a really, really, really good song. And I'm like, this doesn't sound good. So what we're going to do tonight is go over these 3 and get these sounding the best that they can. It's as simple as that, guys. That's what we're doing. Okay, let's get right to it. You guys know the song that we're going with. The song we are working on, the first one we're working on is These Are Our Years. It's a band called Morningside Lane. And the 3 songs we're doing are These Are Our Years. The second song was the lead single off this EP called New Year's Resolutions. And the third song, which is my personal favorite of the 6 that we were tracking. Thankfully, we finished this one. The third one is called Glass Skin. So that's what we're working with. And really, I'm happy with the drum sound, the bass, the guitars. I'm happy in general where the tones are. The vocals, I think, are a little too sharp sounding. So we're going to go over it. We're basically like fine-tuning this. So I deleted my master mix processing. So this is literally just the mix, right? I don't have my master bus processing effects on which are right here. I deleted them because there's a lot of stuff I added onto my mix bus that I wasn't really happy with. So I want to fine tune everything here and get it to sound as good as it can. So let's listen to literally the middle of the verse here, and then we'll listen to the whole thing just so we can get up to speed of where we're at. Okay, so that's where we're at now. And let me load up a note right here so I can keep track of what changes we make so I can apply these settings to the other mix. I am so glad I didn't have my screen sharing up when I opened up my notes app because all my tax info is right here. Okay. I'm just going to keep track of what tracks we modified so that I can just literally copy the settings from this song to the other two so that they're exactly the same and all I would have to do is minor level adjustments. Suck, save, disbanded, hope for the best of them. Okay, so let me bring it up right now. Okay, so let me bring it up right here. So John, the other guitar player from Morningside Lane, he's the one that does all the backing vocals on the song that we're working on. His other band is his band he has now. His band's called Blue Vervain. So it's a very moody, depression focused band. Let me bring up Mark, the lead singer of Morningside Lane, or former. Here's his Insta. He currently does solo stuff. So he's still gigging and doing his thing as a solo artist. Everyone else in the band has gone on to do other things, but I don't know what they do because I don't follow them. But those are the two main guys. I imagine you'll need some time to adjust what translates after adding room correction. That's exactly what we're doing tonight. We are accounting for room correction. Optimum, hey Chris, I just watched your full band soundcheck video. Thank you. Avery, hey Chris, I don't have an amp. What's an easy way to get sound from my guitar? Plug into a DI and load an amp sim. If you're talking about a live situation, hook up to an interface, hook it up to a Pro Tools or Logic session, load your amp sim of choice, or invest in an Axe-Fx. Invest in a, modeler amp. If you're recording, plug it into an interface, record the dry track, and then put an amp sim on it. Easy peasy. Just make sure you input gain it to -6, peaking, and give yourself more headroom than what you think you need, and it'll translate over to your amp sim very well. Okay, it's very easy to do. Okay. Caught up with whatever is going on in the chat. So yeah. You know what? Ace in the chat, you're exactly right, because it's been roughly a month since I've really listened to these songs, and I'm like, oh, these don't sound as right as I want them to. Because these are like they're well tracked, they're well mixed. Well, they're going to be well mixed after this. But they were decently mixed, and they're good sounding multi-track stems, so that'll work in a live church, live, whatever. Like, doesn't matter. Sound is sound. Doesn't matter what you're playing. Like, get an amp sim, dude. Like, I don't know what to tell you. You need an amp or the sound of an amp to go through front of house and go over your stream. I'm assuming you guys are streaming, so you need an amp sim, or get a modeler amp, or an Axe-Fx. There's plenty of choices. There's literally like endless options for you to do, dude. So go with whatever is in your budget and whatever sounds best. All right. So let's focus on the instruments first. Okay, let's mute the vocal bus. All right, we got some stuff we can work with here. Now that I'm hearing it in room correction, like, oh my God, there's a lot more mud in these tracks than I thought when I, thought this was done the last time we visited this. So let's really work on this. And hold on, I don't want to click my notes app. You know what? Let me bring up a text file because new document. There we go. That'll work. Okay. Now that we got that taken care of, now no one will actually accidentally see my text info when I bring up my notes app. Okay. Which, spoilers, I didn't make a lot in 2025. Your boy is broke. Okay. Let's just fuck with this, and then I'm going to leave notes here with what I do so I can translate it over to the other two songs. Just be prepared. You're going to Oh, yeah, I forgot that. I think the last time we did this, I had to alter the buffer size. So let me change that real quick. Because what I did not notice when we first went through this project was recorded at 96K. So these are 96K stems that we're working with tonight. And I completely forgot because I was under the cusp of believing the mentality of, if it's not recorded at 96K, then you don't know what you're doing. Yeah, 96K. Spoilers, guys. I mean, the stream you guys are listening to right now, it's 48K that I'm sending. I'm listening here in my room at 96K. There is zero audible difference that I'm hearing between this mix and if I recorded at 48. So, don't believe the hype. Just record at 48, and that'll be more than enough. If you think that your mix will be infinitely better if you record at 96K versus 48K, then your band probably sucks, and you probably suck at recording. Okay. Let's see what that did to the bass guitar and the cusp of everything. Jesus Christ. Yeah, as I immediately bring in the vocals are way too harsh. Like they're way harsh. So let's eliminate this mid-side EQ because I don't think we need that. I don't think we need this EQ. What I think we actually need maybe is a multiband. But let's hear it without anything on the vocal bus.
These are years to live. I can feel it in my bones. Any day they could be gone. I tell them to take them from my claws. These are years to live. But I can feel it in my bones. Any day they could be gone. I tell them to take them from my claws. These are years to live. I can feel it in my bones. Any day they could be gone. I tell them to take them from my claws. These are years to live. But I can feel it in my bones. Any day they could be gone. I tell them to take them from my claws. These are years to live. I can feel it in my bones. Any day they could be gone. I tell them to take them from my claws. These are years to live. Take them from my claws. These are yes to live, but I can feel it in my bones. Any day they could be gone. I tell them to take them from my claws. These are yes to live. I can feel it in my bones. Any day they could be gone. I tell them to take them from my claws.
All right, that was a lot of subtle changes. But adding a vitalizer to the backing vocals, now they're pretty spread wide out. Now I can hear them perfectly. That just made them come out a little bit more, and I really like the changes. Eliezer and Rumble, how you doing, buddy? You know you're hungry when Red Baron tastes like gourmet pizza, bro. Like, I know. Why is this stream popping up in my recommendation? I don't know. Why did you click? Like, I love the people who, like, pop in the chat just to bitch and then not say anything else. Yeah, YouTube knows what's best to you, buddy. Just got done mixing a new band, Shine Your Light Detailing. Good man. You have your own detailing business, and you do sound on the side, so you're an interesting fella. Of course, even though it's 2 a.m. here, Charles K4. Oh, you're in, are you in England land? No, this is a studio. This that we're working on was recorded actually right in this room. The whole song was recorded in this room. Very spacious and has depth. That's what's missing when I mix. I'm happy to go over a couple things that I've done. But in the meantime, I am feeling a tinkle coming along. So I'll be right back. Yeah, my bladder is going haywire lately. I've been having to pee a lot. So that happens we drink a lot of water in a day. I drank over 2 gallons of water today. Went to the gym this morning, drank about almost a gallon at the gym today. And over the course of the day, I drank another gallon. So I am trying to stay very hydrated, and apart from staying hydrated, that means I got to piss a lot. But I am actually very tired. I woke up very early this morning, so I'm having my caffeine. I know this is counteractive with working out, but I don't care. I'm never gonna get the craving of Coke Zero out of my system. All right. Let's take a listen to the whole thing, and let's see where we're at with processing.
Confessions buried me, ripped in the limbs. I was buried in my funeral when they thought I was dead. It was a celebration for all to attend. Suddenly I was cleansed, and they watched me walk right through. Confessions buried me, ripped in the limbs. I was buried in my funeral when they thought I was dead. It was a celebration for all to attend. Suddenly I was cleansed, and they watched me walk right through. I felt so holy when I looked at myself in the mirror. I can see a life showing me. I can change, I can cleanse, I can shed my skin. I can take a little drink with some friends in the nighttime, but I can feel it in my bones. Any day they could be gone. I dare them to take them from my claw.
I'm already seeing a problem. All right, let's bring these back up a little bit, because right now the backing vocals have more high end than the main vocal.
Take them from my claws. These are years to live. I can feel it in my bones. Any day to take them from my claws. These are years to live. I can feel it in my bones. Any day to take them from my claws. These are years to live. I can feel it in my bones. Any day to take them from my claws. These are years to live. I can feel it in my bones. Claws. These are years to live. I can feel it in my bones. Any day they could be gone. I dare them to take them from my claws. These are years to live. Take them from my claws. These are years to live. I can feel it in my bones. Any day they could be gone. I dare them to take them from my claws. These are years to live. Take them from my claws. These are years to live. I can feel it in my bones. Any day they could be gone. I dare them to take them from my claws. These are years to live. Take a little drink with some friends in the nighttime, but I can feel it in my bones. Any day they could be gone. I dare them to take them from my claws. These are years to live. I can feel it in my bones. Any day they could be gone. I dare them to take them from my claws. These are years to live. watch me walk right through. I felt so holy when I looked at myself in the mirror. I can see a life showing me. I can change, I can cleanse, I can shed my skin. I can take a little drink with some friends in the nighttime, but I can feel it in my bones. Any day they could be gone. I tell them to take them from my claws. These are years to live. I can feel it in my bones. Any day they could be gone. I tell them to take them from my claws. These are years to live.
All right, not bad. I think that's a lot better. It just adds the extra width now to it. Yeah, I'm very happy with how that sounds. It sounds clearer now without the mix bus processing that I had on last time than it did with the mix bus processing stuff on. Okay, so I'm happy with that. Let's go with mix bus processing. And see what unfolds with this.
passions buried me, ripped in the limbs. I was buried in my funeral when they thought I was dead. It was a celebration for all to attend. Suddenly I was cleansed, and they watched me walk right through. So holy when I looked at myself in the mirror, I can see a life showing me. I can change, I can cleanse, I can shed my skin. I can take a little drink with some friends in the nighttime, but I could feel it in my bones. Any day they could be gone. I tell them to take them from my claws. These are years to live. I can feel it in my bones. Any day they could be gone. I tell them to take them from my claws. These are years to live.
Now, that sounds good. I'm very happy with how that sounds. I'm satisfied with that one. Okay. So now I don't know why I wrote down like all the little detailed notes of what I did right here, because all I can do is just load this project setting into the next song, and I can literally just be like, oh, I changed the bass channel, just copy the bass channel, all the plugins and everything. I can do that. I don't know why I wrote everything down. So let's bounce this. I don't want 96K. I bounce it down to 48. These are our years. 2026 mix. All right. While that's bouncing, we can chat a little bit before I get the next song loaded. Oh. Ay, 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 ay. I finally got to watch the new Avatar movie, by the way. Finally went and saw it. Just like the other two Avatar movies, visually amazing. But as far as storyline goes and plot, not the best. It's also very sloppily paced. Like, it's a 3-hour-long movie, yet it feels like there's not enough time to tell all the stories that this movie's trying to tell. Like, there's 3 different side quests going on, and it just randomly cuts from one to the other to try to get everyone in the same place at the same time. So, not really that good. Visually, though, it's amazing. And not gonna lie, the fire Navi chick, let's just say if she were human, I'd be like, all right, that's the kind of crazy that I'd want to have some relations with. She's a crazy one. And maybe I'm just a glutton for punishment, and I'm just a glutton because, yeah, that chick's a glutton for punishment. And Quaritch at the end, like it's been in the movies for like a month now, so if you haven't seen it, I don't care. I'm gonna spoil it. Quaritch, the entire movie, is like trying to capture Jake Sully, actually captures him, and of course Jake escapes or whatever. They have an epic battle, and Quaritch is defeated. But as we established in the second movie, he's trying to get that human spider kid. They call him Spider, who, by the way, is the most useless character in the movie. He can now somehow breathe the Pandora air, which is reasons and plot driven. And at the end, him and Quaritch and Jake have a fight. And at the end, Sully's like, "Come on, Quaritch, you're a Na'vi now. Come lose your evil ways after you threatened to burn my village to the ground." And Quaritch just jumps into the abyss. Assumingly, he's going to still be alive for the next movie, but lame. There's no plot at all with most of the characters in this movie. But I'll give James Cameron, though. I will give James Cameron all the credit in the world. It looks amazing. And definitely go see it on IMAX and the biggest screen possible. Like, that's, above all else, go see it. Okay. So now that's good. Let's see. Let's go with New Year's resolutions next. Because I have video of the drum recording session of that song. Okay. Hooray, it loaded with no issues. Okay. On that note, my bladder is going haywire again. I will be right back. And this will be an extended break because nature in another way, shape, or form is calling. Sorry for TMI. Sorry, guys. Nature called, and, well, business was had. Okay. You know that scene, Rocky 4, Rocky and Drago going back and forth? That's what my lunch and dinner and my colon were doing. I don't care if that's TMI. They were going back and forth like how drummers and guitar players fight over how the drum part should go in the song. Anyway, let's continue here. Song number 2. Okay, so what we did was, let's see what we changed. We changed the bass channel, guitar bus, key bus, vocal main tracks, and backing vocal bus. And then, of course, the main. So let's clear the plugins on the main bus. Let's go to all files, mixes. And then here are the inputs for the other ones, for the other song. Okay, so let's select the bass track. Let's select not the content, but the plugins. And now we could just replace. And now, there you go. Pro Q3 has all the settings that we did from the other song. Okay. Guitar bus. That's next. Here's the guitar bus. Replace. And now there's the Pro MB with the notch in the pain frequency area. Excellent. Now the key bus. Here are the keys. There's the keys bus. Replace. Vocal main track. That is Mark Vox. There you go. Mark Vox. Replace. And I could adjust the send here. I think it was around like -2. But we're going to listen to it as the song goes along. Vocal main track, backing vocal bus. Okay. Back Vox. There we go. Replace. And now we just got to do the mix bus. Replace. There we go. Mix settings copied. Now, let's take a listen to what we got. Let's listen to the whole song so I can get a sense for everything.
I work myself to death just to keep you. You shed me down to bare bones. And if you knew me well, you would know what distance feels like to the core.
Oh, by the way, on the main out here, look what I got here. Remove audio file. This is a very neat plugin where I can easily reference tracks. So these are years 2026. Boom. And now, let's bring this volume down. Now I can loop the instrumental part of this song while I get the instruments all set up. Neato.
shedding your ghost, a newfound life in paradise. If I can't find you and make this stay the same, I would have mercy. I'm left buried. Is this 6 feet under the first day of my life? Making a way, shedding the ghost, newfound life in paradise. If I can find you and make this stay the same, I would have mercy. I'm left buried. Is this 6 feet
All right. I do a lot of my automation and like fine tune at low volume because I just hear it clear and better that way. So now what we're going to do is listen to it in full.
I work myself to death just to keep you. You shed me down to bare bones. And if you knew me well, you would know what distance feels like to the core. And if you stepped inside my shoes, you would only hurt yourself. Is this six feet under the first day of my life? Making you right and shedding your ghosts when we found life in paradise. If I can't find you, make them stay the same, I won't have mercy. I'm left buried. Who's gonna call my newfound shakes? It ain't my youth. It's the clock that started ticking last night.
Sorry, I just realized my mic was on and I was giving you probably some wonky audio. So let's start from the beginning.
I work myself to death just to keep you. You shed me down to bare bones. And if you knew me well, you would know what distance feels like to the core. And if you stepped inside my shoes, you would only hurt yourself. Is this 6 feet under the first day of my life? Making you right and shedding your ghosts when we found life in paradise. If I can't find you, make them stay the same, I won't have mercy. I'm left buried. Who's gonna call my newfound shakes? It ain't my youth. It's the clock that started ticking last night, and it's turning over me. Have mercy. I'm left buried. It's the first day of my life. And maybe I feel alive. It's the first day of my life. And maybe I feel alive.
Okay, this sounds all right. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to get the drum playthrough of this so we have footage of the drummer recording in the room. In this very room, guys. Yeah, there's my old company, by the way. If you, that's what I used to call myself. Ready?
Yes.
All right. Epic freeze frame. All right, I'm going to try my best to sync this up. All right. Ready?
Yes.
All right. 1, 2, 3, end. Okay. And we used a click for this. Yay, we used a click. All right. God damn it. I'm gonna fuck this up, aren't I? Oh no, that's not right. That ain't right. Oh, you know what I did? I created a new session. I didn't import the tempo from it because we tracked with the tempo. Okay. That's my fuck up again. Ready?
Yes.
All right. Whatever. We're going to be slightly off. All right. Sue me. I want to show you guys a drum playthrough with this.
feel alive.
All right. That's that. That's song number 2. Yeah, as you can see, those drums were recorded in this room, right behind me. We used the gobos that were literally right there. We used the bass traps that were literally, where is it? I can't point behind me. Right there. There we go. And we recorded a drum set in here. And that's that. Okay. So I'm sure you probably noticed in the video, the drummer didn't hit all the fills. I only filmed take 1 of him recording the drums. I was gonna record like the 4 takes that he did, but I just forgot to hit record. I just only recorded the 1 take of him playing the drums. I set up my old ass camcorder, the Sony. Oh my god, I don't even remember what camcorder. AX53, I think it's called. AX100. That's it. I set up my AX100 right where my hand is right here. And I set up I think that was a GoPro Hero 5 that was behind him that did like the side shot. Yeah, I only recorded the first take and he got 95% of the take of the the comp that we use in the final mix. He got 95% of it in 1 take because he's a solid drummer. There's only like 1 or 2 fills that he didn't do right, and we got it in subsequent takes. But that's that. That's the only footage I have of this recording session. And the microphones that I used on the toms are these very microphones. These exact mics. The EVPL35s. These are the first drum tom mics I've ever bought. Are they cheap? Yes, very much so. Do they sound good? They need a lot of TLC to sound good. But you can get, as I've demonstrated, usable tom performances and usable drum tracks with cheap-ass microphones. And this is a cheap-ass microphone. These very mics are what recorded the toms. The kick drum was the EVPL 33 that came with these mics in a kit. And the snare, as you saw, was a 57. The overheads were Behringer B2s. Simple. The keyboards were direct, and those were just stock Logic instruments. So nothing fancy with the keyboards. They literally plugged a MIDI control keyboard on the desk. We went through all the instruments in Logic until we found ones that sounded good. And those are just stock Logic MIDI instruments. I think in the mix, if memory serves, yes, I did replace the kick drum. So the kick drum is completely fake. That is a sample, but everything else is 100% real. No amp sims at all, just really good band and very careful post-production. Yeah. That's that. That's song 2. So now let's get going. Let's render this first off. I'm just rendering. I'm just telling it to render in the background. Use resolution to 2026. Mix. Desktop save. Okay. While that's rendering, that's a bit of a bummer. What is a bit of a bummer? I don't know what you're referring to. The final song that we're going to be working with tonight, man, oh man. The final song we're going to be doing tonight is actually the final full song that I worked with this band on, unfortunately. Before they, I think the John and Mark, the two main vocalists, I think they had a falling out, and the band pretty much didn't finish what we started, and then the rest of Morningside Lane they changed their name to My Cruel Summer, I think was the name of their band for a while, and then they did a lot of the songs that we were working on that we didn't do, and then they reformed the name Morningside Lane. They brought that name back, and then they released a lot of songs in a more 80s pop disco sounding version of what we originally did, because when I worked with them, we did a slew of songs, and we tried to, as I described, Foo Fighter the shit out of it. A lot of hard hitting rock, straight up in your face, adrenaline pumping rock and roll. Excuse me. And when we stopped working together and they went with another producer, they wanted to up their synthesizer sounds. They wanted a more 80s pop sound. And then they basically redid all the songs into 80s pop synth sounding pop rock or whatever. Fake kick. Yeah. Listen, I only had that one microphone to work with at the time, and it's a really shitty kick mic. Like it sounded like a kick drum is supposed to sound like dun with like a lot of like a lot of oomph in it. The PL33 just sounds like it sounds like a limp dick trying to get hard. You know? It sounds like an old man when his willy doesn't work anymore and him trying to get aroused and it needs the Viagra. That's what that microphone sounds like. But I replaced it with a real Ludwig 22-inch kick. Like I replaced it with a real like kick drum sample. It's just not the kick drum that I personally recorded. It's from the Chris Lord-Alge extension of the Slate Trigger. Yeah, I know I'm not a factor in it, but like I just do what I did what I could in the post-production of this to get it sound as best as it could. Because that's my job. Okay, that's done. Now we're moving on to my favorite song of these songs that we did. It's not my favorite song I did with them. That's coming probably in the next stream, is my magnum opus of my producing. But here's where I got a little bit of producing with this. And I'll take about half the credit as to why this song sounds as good as it does. I'll take about half the credit. So let it load here, and then we'll play it. Oh, Diane is in the chat. Hello, Chris. How are you doing? Well, I came in just in time for the dick kicking. Oh, you loaded up the stream just as I'm describing a limp dick. Oh, what a great entrance. What a great time to listen into the chat. Oh, fuck me. All right. All right. So once I load everything and let me reload all this shit here, and we can go over what I did here to get this song where we got it, and this is where my producer hat comes on. Glass skin. No, I don't want to load the session I'm currently working on, you fucking dingleberry. These are our ears. There we go. That's what I wanted. All right. I want... that's Mark main vocal. Replace. That's the main again, so replace. Oh wait, no, that's a backup. Replace, and that is also a backup. Replace. What else did I do? Bass channel, that's right. Yeah, Ace Man, you're gonna really love the bass on this. You're gonna really fucking like. You all are gonna really love this song. Like I know I'm kind of hyping it up right now. You guys are gonna really fucking love this tune. This is one of my favorite songs I've ever produced. Guitar bus. Replace. Keys bus. Replace. Vocal main track we did already. Backing vocal. Jesus Christ. I can't talk. Backing vocal. And then I gotta do the main mix bus. Replace. All right, we're gonna go in blind here. We're gonna listen to this as it is with the settings from the last song just copied over, and we're gonna see what needs to be changed.
To hold modern human nature can break your glass skin. Bulletproof bones and a paper heart that's bound to rip. But this modern human nature can break your glass skin. Bulletproof bones, and it's shaking me down. I wanna bleed it all out, 'cause it's so familiar to me now. It's so familiar to me now. It's so familiar to me now. You got to hold on. You got to hold on. You got to hold on. You got to hold on.
Okay. There's a couple of automation changes I need to make, but overall it doesn't sound bad. All right. It sounds, even just copying the settings over, it sounds a lot better than what I had. So God damn it, I gotta pee again. So dude, my bladder is fucking crazy tonight. Let's pick some good ambient music. All right, I will be right back again. Actually, this sounds lame. There, that's more like it. All right, some of you had some things to say in the chat, so let me catch up with that. Dingleberry, good band name or not? Yeah, no, well, I'm going to steal a James May quote from Top Gear where he called Clarkson at one point, "You apocalyptic dingleberry." Apocalyptic Dingleberry is a great death metal band name, or at least a great EP name. What are the computer specs? This is a M1 Max MacBook Pro with everything maxed out, graphics, performance, whatever. The only thing I did not max out was a hard drive. It's a 1 terabyte SSD. So whatever the specs are for an M1 Max MacBook Pro, that's what it is. Let's see. Fangle away. Why are you apologizing, Diane? Just like, it was funny. You literally came in when I mentioned dicks. So I mentioned penis, and Diane appears in the chat room. So either Diane's very, very thirsty, or that's just it's a hilarious coincidence. FPA, considering Bon Jovi is Chris Hamill, Audio's favorite band, it makes sense he's mixing this and sounds great. I don't know what that means, but Jack, hello. All right, we're all caught up with the chat. So let me go over what we did here as far as where my producer hat came on. Let's bring the volume way down so I could talk over it if need be. So we have several things going on here. We have our main vocal. He has 2 backing vocals. We have another vocal here from Mark right as we enter the bridge into the final chorus part. We have these 2 parts right here. I believe these are entering. That's it. Okay, so here's producer credit. Me. Okay, I'll take 80% of the credit for at least giving the idea. So we originally were going, like, the original thing that the band brought to the session. We have all the vocals, and we have these. We had those, and that's it. I suggested to the band that we add higher parts that, like, to just like, because the ooh, we're like in the middle of the lower range here. I said go higher. We should add a parts to that to make it, like, to balance it out. And sure enough, John harmonized it. Boom, nailed it immediately. I said to Mark, he should do. I call the Axl Rose effect. So, like, if you're singing really high and there's like a very subtle, really bassy part underneath it with you just repeating it, just like an octave or 2 lower. This is the reverse Axl Rose effect. So he's singing naturally low right here. So I said, why don't you go really high? And I'll put that in the background just as a little subtle, like, salt on top to enter the second chorus. So it sounds different than the first one. Just a little something there. I then said, you should have this high part when exiting the lead part, or like exiting the bridge.
But this modern human nature can break your glass skin.
It just adds that tiny bit of subtlety. But here's the part that I'm most proud of. Like, here's the part that, like, I'm like, oh, sometimes, to quote Jeremy Clarkson, my genius, sometimes it frightens me. So we had everything here at the end, right? We had the whole band with the whoos. That was originally just going to be subtlety in the background. But then I'm like, guys, you got to have that last little bit of sprinkle on top. So it's the final chorus. You've got to hold on. Like right here with the main vocal. Why don't we just gain vocal it? So that's what we did. And it somewhere in the middle of these tracks, yours truly is in the background of these backing vocals. And combining all of that, you get this. Here's the before. Sorry, I meant to say before I didn't unmute my mic. Then here's the after we put the gain vocals in. It's so subtle, but it just adds like little sprinkles here and there. And then you get the full thing. So while I will give all the credit to the band for performing that part, I will take 80% of the credit for adding those little subtle parts to just give the song a little, just that little extra. It's like, you know what it is? It's like when you order mozzarella sticks at a restaurant and the menu clearly says you get 6 mozzarella sticks, but you get 7. And it's that little like, it's that little, giddy feeling when you have a 7th mozzarella stick. That's the way, that's the way I produce songs. Let's see. What did... Diane said, well, I came in just in time for the dick kicking. That's what she said. So, he does kind of sound like him. Like, who, Bon Jovi? I don't sound like Bon Jovi. Come on. It's just the subtle changes that I suggested to the band. And look, when bands work with me, most of the time, if we're doing a studio project, the band has everything planned out, how they want it to sound, and I engineer it. I give a little bit of suggestion here and there, and they could either say, let's try it, and if it works, great. If not, then we're not going to use it. Or they could just simply say, no, we like it as it is. To which I'll be like, okay, sir. It's like John Candy in, what was that movie? What was that movie when he was yelling, he was talking to his boss and it was like, and the guy says to John Candy, like, there's a disgusted, oh, shut up. And John Candy's like, okay, sir. It's like that. I'm like John Candy. In that movie, I can't make a reference to that I don't know the name of. Yeah, so, but when I have a band that's like, that wants to come in and gives me something that's great already, I could be like, ooh, what if we try this? You're doing this. You're the final vocal is you've got to hold on. You're doing that, and you have the low parts of the vocal going, ooh. I said, guys, why don't we all get together and sing, hold on, and we do that, and just bring it subtly up to cap off the whole song. Every part of the song is something slightly different, and that's how I produce. I can't play a melody to save my life because I don't have the hand-eye coordination to play. But I understand what makes a song likable to a lot of people. And if you bring me a melody and I think something could be added to it, I'll be like, ooh, why don't we do this? Why don't we try that? A lot of my shit I suggest gets scrapped anyway. But I try it. This one is one of those times where I'm like, why don't we try it? And then once we heard it and once we did it, we were like, oh, this sounds good. This is staying. Good suggestion. I earned a gold star that day. Yeah, that takes a song from like 95% ready because it was already good. It's already a great song, and it was already like passable without these little suggestions I made. That the 3 suggestions I made were like, mwah, chef's kiss. My favorite song that I did with these guys, my magnum opus, I'm calling it. It's the best song I ever produced, and there's a lot of these changes I suggested to the band where they were like, oh shit, like Chris knows what the fuck he's talking about, because I can't play an instrument, but I used my voice and I sang the parts of what should be done, and they're like, okay. There was also a lot of weed that we were smoking. We were having a lot of edibles and smoking a lot of fucking reed. A lot of weed. Jesus, I can't talk tonight. And boy, magic was cooked in the studio that day. That's gonna be probably the last. I'm hesitant to do that mix with you guys because that's the last that's the last song I have where I have footage of the band recording it. That's the last of it, where I have like photos of how the mics are set up, how everything was set up, and photos of the band recording. That's the last of it. And then I'm out of footage from my old sessions. Ace Man, my best producer credits are probably when I told them that the song sucked to try another one. Yeah, I have a producer here, but I don't want my name as a producer credit. I don't want that. I'm very much like Steve Albini in that sense. If you don't know who Steve Albini is, he was a producer, musician, and studio owner. He owned a famous studio in Chicago. I don't know the name of it off the top of my head. But the Foo Fighters recorded one of their songs off of the Sonic Highways album there. They recorded Something from Nothing in Steve Albini's studio. And Steve Albini was notorious for thinking of a producer and engineer as a plumber. And I respect him so much, and that's how I operate. Bands hire me. I record. I give creative suggestions. Sometimes they stick. Sometimes they don't. And they pay me my rate, and that's it. I don't want royalties. I don't deserve royalties because the way I see it is a plumber shouldn't get $1 or shouldn't get money every time you flush your toilet and it works. A mechanic shouldn't get royalties if you start your car and the transmission doesn't blow up. So why should I get credit and royalties for miking up a guitar, miking up drums, mixing it, and giving the band their sound? That's just the way I see it. A lot of engineers and a lot of producers disagree with me. But then again, if I don't have let me put it to you this way. If I wrote the lyrics to a song or I came up with the harmony that turned into a song, okay, then maybe we could talk about that. But if I just say, let's add a couple of backing vocals on this, or if you bring me a stew and I say, oh, it just needs a little bit of salt, and I put a little bit of salt in it, and suddenly it's a delicious stew, I shouldn't get royalties for that. I shouldn't get royalties for that. But that's just the way I see it, guys. A lot of you may disagree with me. In fact, I know for a fact a lot of you disagree with me because I've mentioned this before on a video, and people are like, even one of my producer friends who writes the songs and produces, and he's like, I don't work with someone unless I get my royalties from it. I'm like, bro, you're being greedy. I am not a fan of replacing kick drums. I'm not a fan of replacing drums. I'm sure you heard in the last song, there's a little bit of like cut for where the noise gate got a little bit of ride bleed into floor tom mics. I could just replace the toms and it'd be even cleaner sounding than that, but I don't. I definitely didn't replace the snare drum, and I didn't even add a snare sample on top of that. I just know how to EQ and mix drums because I have literally like 18 years of practice on it. I'm a big believer in getting it right in the source, and literally the only thing that I have to say about this is I was using a really shitty kick mic on that drum set. It just didn't sound good. Like here, my ears are pretty rested right now. My ears are pretty rested now because I've been listening to these songs at really fucking loud volume. So here, let me just let me turn off drum processing. Let me turn off the mix bus processing, turn off the instruments. And then here's the kick drum as is. Now, could I work with that? Yeah, but it didn't have that thud that I really wanted. So that's why I just replaced it. It's not like I'm not happy about replacing it. It's just when I was initially mixing this, I was like, oh man, that kick drum's just not gonna sit well, and it's just not gonna sound good. So I committed one of my own sins and I replaced the kick drum. But I also don't care because in the end, the song sounds great. And I'm not using like an obviously fake kick drum. I'm using a real like sampled kick drum here. I'm using a sample of a real DW22 kick mic recorded by Chris Lord Alge and sampled by Chris Lord Alge. So like I'm using a real drum. Yeah. I also don't give a shit. So, okay. Let me now go over a couple things here because there's also like there's a little bit of a church element with this that I want to help come out too. I think that sounds awesome. So like I didn't hear it as much. So we're going to fuck with these a little bit, and definitely the chimes from the Steinway piano sample. I definitely need to fuck with those levels a little bit. So let's turn off the keys and make sure that the drums and let's make sure the drums and remove audio file. Let's bring what we just had. Let's bring New Year's resolution.
Make this stay the same. thrill my soul. I can feel it pounding in my heart. It's so familiar to me now. But lately, these echoes sound familiar through the tunnels in my head. Another life, just to thrill my soul. I can feel it pounding in my heart. It's so familiar to me now. But lately, these echoes sound familiar through the tunnels in my head. Another life, just to thrill my soul. I can feel it pounding in my heart. It's so familiar to me now. But lately, these echoes sound familiar through the tunnels in my head. Another life, just to thrill my soul. I can feel it pounding in my heart. It's so familiar to me now. But lately, these echoes sound familiar through the tunnels in my head. Another life, just to thrill my soul. I can feel it pounding in my heart. It's so familiar to me now. But lately, these echoes sound familiar through the tunnels in my head. Another life, just to thrill my soul. I can feel it pounding in my heart. It's so familiar to me now. But back with every step. Don't let them tell you who you are. And hold on. Yourself back in. Something's fading. Something's missing. Familiar through the tunnels and know how hard it is to throw yourself back in. Something's fading, something's missing. But lately, these echoes sound familiar through the tunnels in my head. Another life. But this modern human nature can break your glass skin. Bulletproof bones, and it's shaking me down. But this modern human nature can break your glass skin. But this modern human nature can break your glass skin. Bulletproof. But this modern human nature can break your glass skin. Bulletproof. But this modern human nature can break your glass skin. Bulletproof. But this modern human nature can break your glass skin. Bulletproof bones, and it's shaking me down. I wanna bleed it all out, 'cause it's so familiar to me now. It's so familiar to me now. It's so familiar to me now. You got to hold on. You got to hold on. Hot summer streets where we grew old and had 3 a.m. tattooed in our hearts now. I'm lost in the way of what a strange land must become. The blood we shed after bleeding out all our friends out. I know you're thinking that friends are out to come back, but take your time. I'll wait all night while the ghosts of hot summer streets where we grew old and had 3 tattooed in our hearts now. I'm lost in the way. What a strange life must become. The blood we shed after bleeding out all our friends out. I know you're thinking that friends are out to come by, but take your time. I'll wait all night while the ghosts of my lovers make me down tonight. I know how hard it is to throw yourself back in. Something's fading, something's missing. But lately, these echoes sound familiar through the tunnels in my head. Another life just through my soul. I can feel it pounding in my heart. It's so familiar to me now. So much older now, you never saw it coming. You're haunted by your quiet need, you always seem uncertain. You said take your time, I'll wait all night while the ghosts of my lovers shake me down tonight. I know how hard it is to throw yourself back in. Something's fading, something's missing. But lately, these echoes sound familiar through the tunnels in my head. Another life just through my soul. I can feel it pounding in my heart. It's so familiar to me now. You got to hold on and push back with every step. Don't let them tell you who you are. And hold on. But this modern human nature can break your bare skin. Bulletproof bones and a paper heart that's bound to rip. But this modern human nature can break your glass skin. Bulletproof bones, and it's shaking me down. I wanna. But this modern human nature can break your glass skin. Bulletproof bones, and it's shaking me down. I wanna bleed it all out, 'cause it's so familiar to me now. It's so familiar to me now. It's so familiar to me now. You got to hold on. 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 You got to hold. Modern human nature can break your glass skin. Bulletproof bones and a paper heart that's bound to rip. in a paper heart that's bound to rip. In a paper heart that's bound to rip. Bulletproof bones in a paper heart that's bound to rip. Bulletproof bones in a paper heart that's bound to rip. 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 That's bound to rip.
Let me give my ears a rest with that, because I was listening to that at a very loud volume for most of it. God, I love when a song comes together like that. Let's see. Let's see. Oh wow, you guys are chatty in the chat. Let's. I'm giving my ears a rest, guys. So I'm catch up on what you said, on what you guys said. There's no shame in replacing anything. Yeah, it in the end, as long as it sounds good, that's all I care about. My 1 million plus song split between 5 gets me $27. Holy shit. Y'all ain't making shit. So I'm right with you guys. I don't make I barely make anything with this fucking shit. Digging this Bon Jovi sounding song. Oh boy, that's insulting to the band, because the band is so heavily influenced by Bruce Springsteen. Like, both Mark and John worship Bruce Springsteen. Like, even when we were once in a while, like, chatting and being friendly with one another, after we stopped collaborating and working together, they got really pissed at me and didn't talk to me for a while because I said Bruce Springsteen sounds like... the way Bruce Springsteen sings, it sounds like he's constipated trying to push a turd out. And they didn't like that. They did not like that. So... perfect EQ move. I don't know what you mean by perfect EQ move. I don't know what I did that you're like, oh, that's a perfect EQ. Yeah, no, I'm not bringing up the master by the master EQ bus by anything because it sounds exactly like the other songs. So if I have to do it on this one, I'm gonna have to do it on the other ones. It sounds fine on my monitors. It sounds fine when I'm listening on. So that's what I'm rolling with. He doesn't know if we were out of bounds. That's a sure thing. Yeah, you're not even close to toting that line yet, buddy. I have the master bus. I mean, I gotta, go over it and shit, but like, I'm not like, right now I'm just monitoring the levels of everything. What band are we listening to? Oh, Diane. Love. Yeah, and Ace Man immediately, where's the read the description button when you need it? Yep, okay. Exactly, he does sound like that. Oh, about Bruce Springsteen. Yeah, like, how many times can you push a turd out while singing about being a blue-collar man from Jersey? In my big Cadillac, I date a girl from Jersey, and I need some X-Lax. That's every Bruce Springsteen song. Don't get me wrong. They're fucking bangers. Like, Bruce Springsteen's catalog, like, song for song, is night and day better than Bon Jovi. Bon Jovi is a one-album wonder band. Everything else, every other album that Bon Jovi released, they have one decent song on it, and the rest is garbage. Every single album Bon Jovi has ever made, except Slippery When Wet, is just like that. Slippery When Wet has all of their songs on it. Like, you can just listen to Slippery When Wet, and you have all of Bon Jovi's best songs. They're a one-album wonder, and I can't shit on Bon Jovi as a person because he does so much for the local community. Like, he lives literally 20 minutes from me. We're almost neighbors. I can literally drive 15 minutes down the parkway into Sayreville and be right near his house. Like, the dude does so much for the local community here. Extremely charitable man. And from what I hear, there is not a bad bone in his body, and everyone that I know that has ever met the guy, he's a great guy. So nothing against him as a person. His music, I can do without. Slippery When Wet is the only good album Bon Jovi ever made. Every other album, there's one decent song on it, at best, and the rest is trash. Bruce Springsteen, on the other hand, you can create so many greatest hits compilations of his work, and there are banger songs on it. Bruce Springsteen, I will, give credit where credit's due. The dude can play 3 hours straight, and he's 100 million years old. He's literally mummifying right now, and he can still play 3 hours long every night. Max Weinberg is probably one of, if not the best drummers of the last 40, 50 years. And his band is really fucking amazing. Like Bruce Springsteen's entire like show, his performance, his band, and the way he writes songs is amazing. I will give it that. Thunder Road, amazing song. Born to Run, amazing song. Glory Days, amazing song. My favorite, Rosalita, amazing song. I just can't get over the fact that he sounds like he's struggling to push a turd out. And I just don't like the way his voice sounds. I just found you 2 days ago. I like watching your videos. I've been running town over 20 years, looking for new tips and tricks. Currently priced. Just watch my videos if you want tips and tricks. Binge watch all the Mixdown Meltdown videos and learn from those. I'm not going to spew 20 years of knowledge on a live stream because there's going to be so many follow-up questions. Like, if I tell you how to take a dump, you're going to ask me 15 follow-up questions on how to wipe your ass. So, like, the only thing I can say is a blanket statement. If you're interested in learning how to mix, how I approach mixing in general, and what not to do, just binge watch the Mixdown Meltdown videos. That's all I got to say. Three-man group, medium-sized church, about 2,500 square feet. Any tips on running a Behringer X18 mixer as a mixer 101? You just got to learn. In general, you honestly just got to read the room. You got to listen to the room. You got to listen to how the instruments and everything sounds in the room. There's like, every room's different. If I tell you to EQ something this way, and it sounds like garbage, you're going to be like, well, I did what you suggested. You got to hear how it sounds in the room. I don't know how your room sounds. I don't know how it sounds coming out of your speakers. I don't know what speakers you got. It all depends. That's the thing with live sound, man. That's why live sound's such a tricky animal to deal with versus studio. In a studio, in a controlled environment, it's much easier to deal with this with the literal physics of the instrument and EQ it. Then there's more. Then if you EQ it a certain way, chances are 9 times out of 10 it's going to sound almost the same everywhere else because you're in a controlled room. But live's a completely different animal. You're going to sometimes find yourself putting a high pass filter on a bass guitar all the way up to 110 hertz. And everyone in their mind right now is just blown like, how could you put 100 hertz high pass filter on a bass guitar? You crazy fat fool, you. In the end, does it sound good in the room? I've put a high pass filter on a bass guitar and I put it up to 120 hertz because there was so much low end that it was overwhelming the physics of the room. A live sound mix in a church, especially, I'm assuming you're all watching because you do church stuff. A live mix in church A is not going to sound exactly the same if you copy every setting over to church B. Mostly because the room's different, the instruments are played different, and the musicianship is different. If you have a fantastic guitar player playing into a DI amp sim, you can more easily, I can't talk, much more easily work with that than if it's like a $10 Boss practice amp. Best video to help identify live sound. Watch my Mixdown Meltdown videos. Watch how I EQ, listen to the difference that it makes, and just literally study how I do it. Just watch them. And don't listen to anyone on stage who's inevitably going to bitch at you. Do your job, know what you're doing, and just practice. That's all I got to say. Okay, so we are, for those of you just joining, we are finalizing 3 different songs of a band that I worked with. These songs were recorded. Oh, shit. When the hell were these? They were in late 2017, I think, is when these songs were actually recorded. Right here in this room. Everything was recorded in this room. The amps were in my bedroom. We surrounded it with heavy blankets. We put microphones on it. That's how we got the sound. We showed earlier, rewind the stream, the drummer recording in this room, and you got a view of how the drums were tracked. We were recording a total of 6 songs for an EP, but the band disbanded in the middle of tracking, and we didn't finish 3 of them, but we did finish. We finished 3 of the songs, and 3 of the songs, unfortunately, weren't finished. And we're finalizing the 3 songs that were completely done. Yeah, let me try to find an exact date of when these were recorded. Audio files. Yeah, literally, the Thanksgiving week of 2018 is when these songs were recorded. And finished tracking. We recorded basically the Christmas season, the holiday season, from Thanksgiving to just after Christmas. 2018. So these were released. The New Year's resolutions was released on the band's Spotify, but they took it down a couple of years later. So these songs were recorded holiday season 2018 leading into 2019. So that's when these were all tracked. I honestly don't remember what happened. I think John and Mark, the 2 guitar players of the band, and the 2 2 main vocals that you hear, they had some sort of a falling out. And also, I think mutually the band and I they just stopped working with me because they wanted to evolve their sound, and I wasn't familiar, nor did I like the direction they wanted to go in. So they just naturally started doing their own shit. I'm more of a capture at the source live rock guy. They wanted more of a pop, more heavily produced 80s synth sound. And that's what they did, and to their credit, it sounds great. It's just not my cup of tea. You'd be surprised how many bands broke up in the middle of recording. You'd be surprised how many bands I've encountered that disbanded, or the guitar player quit, or the bass player quit, or someone in the band quit right in the middle of recording. One of your guys' favorite bands that I feature regularly on the channel, the Smugs. I was recording their entire new album. In fact, we recorded drums and recorded bass and scratch guitars. Then their drummer, they fired their drummer, and the bass player quit. So Connor, the guitar player, had to replace the members. And our schedules just couldn't match up, and they needed to get the EP, like an album, done and recorded, and our schedules just couldn't match up. So they recorded with someone else. So they basically redid the whole record, and the first single's now out on their Spotify. Dude, like recording a band, like when a band goes into, like, Bands who think they're ready to record in a studio most likely are not ready to record in a studio, because once that red light is on, pun intended figure of speech here, because there's no red light in here, but once I start hitting record and you start hearing what you're actually playing and your inability to play to a click track, your inability to play with one another, phrasing, yeah, it stresses you out, it damages your ego, it hurts your pride, and bands break up because of it. Usually it's a guitar player who gets super moody because he can't hit the notes or he can't hit his solo and he gets pissed off. Then everyone in the band says to him, like, dude, you got to chill. And the guitar player just has an ego trip. I've seen guitar players literally quit the band immediately after fumbling a take. It's happened so many times. That's what happened with a band I used to collaborate with all the time on the channel, Menace and the Hellfire. That's what happened with them. I am no longer friends, nor do I have any desire to be friends with Spencer, the guitar player. He was going through a very bad divorce with his wife, now ex-wife, and he let himself get consumed with drugs and alcohol. And he no longer could play, and he was basically going down a very dark rabbit hole. Everyone tried to help, and it was like, dude, you're going down a path that, like, bro, you need to... what's the phrasing? Delusions of grandeur or something like that, whatever. Basically, he became a horrible person. And it's like, you're either with him or you're enemy number one. And I'm like, dude, I'm speaking common sense. Like, what's going on? He became a narcissistic, manipulative liar. And he eventually lost quite literally all of his friends. It got so much that even Dennis, the singer of the band, was like, and he's a wild one too. It got to the point where he was like, bro, maybe you need to not do this. Maybe you need to relax. And Dennis is the one that chased away all the drummers that came in because his ego wouldn't allow him to be second best musician in the band. When a drummer came in and the drummer was playing way better than Dennis would have an ego trip, and he would like do a little like, am I bothering you yet? Like little needles, like taking little subtle shots to the point when the drummers would quit. Like, it was a very toxic fucking band. And we were in the middle of recording like 3 singles. Then the whole thing just fucking fell apart. So, yeah, shit happens all the time. Your boy Big J. Sounds like the band my dad and me started. I was writing for them. My dad's a guitar player, and we had plans to record a bunch of stuff, and the bass player and the singer quit. Dude, it happens all the time. It's not going to bring me stress as an engineer. It only brings me stress if they throw a hissy fit and trash my equipment. I charge bands per the hour, so if you want to have a fucking Jerry Springer fight in the studio or argue, that's fine. You're on the clock. I had a band once that they were brothers, the 2 main people of the band. Brother was guitar player, brother was a drummer. And they would bicker and fight and literally do everything but practice and play their instruments. And I would charge them hourly. And then they would get pissed at me. I'm like, guys, when we barely recorded anything for the day, and they're like, well, we didn't even finish 2 songs. We were scheduled to do 6 songs worth of drums in one day. And we racked up, I think, 10 hours of studio time. We barely got 1.5 songs done. And I'm like, guys, 25 an hour times 10. That's how much you owe me. And they're like, it's just a mere $250. But this was 12, 13 years ago. So $250 for someone in their late 20s. Not even. Jesus Christ. 15 years ago. Yeah, I was in my early to mid 20s for $250. That goes a long way for me. And they were like, yeah, no, we don't want to pay you. To which I'm like, okay, then I'm done working with you. You're not going to get a single audio clip from me. You're not going to get anything from me. That's why I have a policy now where any band I work with, I don't care about royalties. I don't give a shit about any of that. Because I recorded the multi-tracks, I have free reign to do whatever I want with them. I have free reign to use them on my portfolio. And if you disband or you record these with someone else, I still have the right to mix it and put it on my portfolio if I want to. That's my one only rule as far as copyright and royalties. I have the rights to do whatever the fuck I want with the multi-tracks. Example being these streams. Also, most of these multi-tracks I've been mixing live for you, unless I specify if they're recent or not. These are like at least 10 years old. Almost all of these. Except these. These tonight, they were recorded, like I said, in 2018. It's also your livelihood. Not really. Sound's never been my livelihood. Only very, very recently have I started making enough money doing this where I can pay a good amount of bills with it. Photography is my big gig. Photography is my main bread and butter. I make money mostly photographing real estate listings. I work with a bunch of realtors individually, and I work with a bunch of real estate offices, like real estate teams. And most of my income comes from photographing real estate listings. I can literally do it half asleep and blindfolded. It's pretty mindless. It's pretty, it's very repetitive. But it's money, and that's what keeps the lights on, figuratively speaking here. Sound, between YouTube and the venues that I work at, not to mention the bands that I work with, they pay for my car insurance now. I think my car insurance, which is roughly like $200 and change a month, YouTube money funds that. As well as my cat's pet insurance. I pay a lot of my, utilities and insurance. The rent still gets paid from being a photographer. But almost everything else is paid from sound now. From YouTube and doing gigs. Because I mostly get paid cash. So I take that cash. I have literal envelopes and binders of cash. And if I deposit any money in the bank, I deposit $400 at a time. Because cash deposits over $480, I think. I could be wrong on this. Someone please, fact check me if I'm wrong on this. But I think in New Jersey, if you're deposited or Venmo'd more than $400, the IRS gets notified and is taxable. So I make it so I don't owe the IRS fucking anything. So I literally pay my rent in cash. I literally like a fucking scene from Goodfellas. I put my rent money in cash in an envelope every month, and I slide it under my landlord's door. That's how I pay my rent every month. Treble, crazy that saying a musician's worst enemy is another musician. Bro, you have no fucking idea. And guys, I know you're probably thinking of clicking off the stream. My ears are resting, so we're chatting right now. We're hanging out. We're talking while my ears rest for another couple of minutes, and then we'll listen to the song where we'll go over the mix bus processing and see if that sounds good, and then we'll probably call it a night. Yeah, dude, treble. The worst, that phrase is so true, that a musician's worst enemy is another musician. That is so true, dude, because if you watch my live streams, and I've gotten better at reining people in with this, because I now have, like, 2026 is, I jokingly call it my villain origin story. Like, I don't tolerate disrespect in the chat room for the bands, because they don't have the ability to defend themselves. If you want to spit venom at me, because I can take it and I can fire back at you. If you want to straight out say that the mix sucks or I'm a shitty engineer, fine, because I'm here. But I have a zero tolerance policy on insulting the bands. And I think people started to notice, because I boot people from the chat. I spit venom back at them for being assholes. But a lot of the people who spit venom at the bands are other musicians, and it's fucking crazy, because I'll see a singer on stage, young kid, gotta be in like year 1 or 2 of them performing. They don't have their chops down right. They're mumbling, they're stuttering, they're not projecting right. They're straining their vocal cord in their throats instead of pushing from their diaphragm. And I see people in a chat room going like, LOL, this kid sucks. Or, LOL, they're so out of tune. Why are you even up there? And sure enough, when I click their profile, they're either an anonymous fuckwad, or the music that they have on their profile is straight trash, and I make fun of them. I'll even comment on their profile like, your audio's fucking garbage. Like, don't insult the bands. Like, the bands already have it rough. They don't need assholes flaming them on the internet. I'm going to go, my dear. Hate to leave you, but I must go. You have a good night. Good night, Diane. I don't think it's jealousy, Big J. I don't think it's jealousy, dude. I think it's more so the fact that they're projecting because they're insecure themselves. And, like, especially if you're going to, like, project about the what you think, if you think the band is shit and you're making fun of the band, or you're making fun of me and having, like, in my audio mixing, bro, you better have amazing audio on your channel. Otherwise, I'm going to rip you to shreds because you're a bully and you deserve it. I'm like Captain America. I don't like bullies. Yeah, but as I was saying a while ago, I have two absolute musts in my contracts with bands. One, I have the same claim for copyright of the multi-track stems for my own purpose, for my own publication. I don't get royalties. If you want to get all the royalties from whatever service I put it on, if you want to claim royalties for it, fine. I don't want money for it. But I want the right to be able to post it. And because it's my mix, it's my portfolio. And this is how I'm going to attract more bands and earn a living. That's number one. And number two, I don't give you fucking shit until I'm paid in full for what you owe me. I've never been that type, bro. I always look at it like, man, give this kid a couple of years and they're going to be amazing. That's exactly the right attitude to have, dude. That's exactly the right attitude. You can't look at it as like, well, they suck, because that mentality is preventing people from going to the shows and supporting them. Like legit. And I'll make this final point and then we'll go back to the mixing. Legit. My favorite shows that I work, or the ones that give me the most amount of happiness, is when I mix a young band or a school of rock band and the audience is all their parents and family friends, but the kids are up there and there's like one kid in the band that's like clearly like prodigy level chops, or even then if it's a bass player and they're not necessarily the best, but they are putting their fucking effort into doing it. And they do good. They don't do amazing. They don't do like this is Grammy level performance, but they do good. And their parents and everyone are cheering for them. The bands are all giving each other high fives like, yeah, we fucking did it. Like, I love that shit. I love seeing that. And I love looking at the camera and pointing to them and mouthing like, these kids are fucking good. And the parents then watch the stream, because I got a couple of emails from parents that watched the stream. And they're like, it made our kids' day when we rewatched the stream and heard it. First off, it sounded great. Thank you. But also it made our day when our kid and us watched their performance together as a family, and not only feeling good about it, but also seeing you and the audience and everyone in the room, in the venue, applauding and cheering them on. Like, I don't get emotional a lot, and it's very tough for me to be genuinely happy. I'm just a pessimistic, glasses half empty type of guy. That's just how, like, I've been viewing life for 25 years. But when I get emails like that, or I get emails from beginner sound engineers going like, dude, I watched your content. Not only are you like entertaining or whatever, but I learned how to be an engineer because I watch your stuff. Or I had my first gig and I had no idea what to do, but I watched your content and I got through the gig because of you. Those emails will literally, like, I could be stressed about everything. I'm type 2 diabetic. I'm worrying about my health every day. I recently had to sink several $1,000s in my cars to get them fixed. Like, I've been stressing a lot about money, finances, my health, whatever. But I get emails like that and I could be stressed beyond belief. But I read emails and messages like that and I'm like, all right. That's good. That made my day. Jesse in the chat, I agree. A band who misses some notes or doesn't get the timing right, but has the passion, is better than a band who plays perfectly and has no life to it. 100%. If you want to know like where I am mentally and like philosophically speaking, where I am as far as like recording in a studio and how music should be performed, captured, or whatever, watch the Sound City documentary that Dave Grohl directed. You cannot, like, I know it's very lazy to post something and just in all caps with the thumbs up emoji and going, this. But literally everything Dave Grohl says in that documentary about the human imperfections of recorded music and how nothing should be perfectly aligned on a grid, and how you don't need a computer to like correct your drum playing for you or your guitar playing, or if you miss one snare hit and it's not as consistent tone sounding as everything else. That's what makes music music. And if you go back and listen to your favorite bands from like the 80s or 90s, and then find out what bands they listen to, and go back and listen to the bands from the 60s and 70s, then go back to the 60s, 50s, and so on and so forth, there's no computer to help them. That's just human, that's just human musicianship. You put a lot of the 80s metal bands on a grid and try to put a metronome to it, they're not going to time align correctly. They're just not. They have a click track as a reference point, but like a snare hit on every like second and third, or like every second and fourth hit, in a boop ba boop ba ba boop ba boop ba ba, in that type of pattern, the snare's not going to be completely on the mark. And I prefer to hear that music more than computerized perfection. Give me what you just said, Big J, raw emotion. I want to hear you. Now, I'll record a drum performance like 3 or 4 times and I'll comp the best sounding performance, but I don't think I can count maybe on one hand the times that I've quantized and like time aligned drums to a grid. And that's like one of my best friends in this whole field and like not recording, Zaki Ali, my like-minded creators partner. Him and I disagree completely on this because he's the type, time align everything to the grid, make everything grid perfect. He's a phenomenal musician and a phenomenal producer and a phenomenal engineer. And the work that he does is fantastic. But him and I just fundamentally disagree on time align and quantizing. Doesn't make time aligned music bad. It's just I prefer to hear if it's like, I don't want a computer fixing a performance. That's all. All right. Let's get back to this. I had more than enough time to rest my ears. We are going to take a listen probably to, let's find the chorus. And let's go over my mix bus processing to see if everything's checked out there. All right. Everything's sounding okay to me as far as comparing it to the other song. All right, guys. I'm going to shut up, and we're going to listen to this whole song.
it's bound to rip. But this modern human nature can break your glass skin. Bulletproof bones, and it's shaking me down. I wanna bleed it all out, 'cause it's so familiar to me now. It's so familiar to me now. It's so familiar to me now. You got to hold on. You got to hold on. You got to hold on. You got to hold
Yeah, that sounds fucking awesome. That sounds fantastic, actually. All right. Hell yeah. Jesse, I love that documentary, the Sound City documentary. So many great songs exist because of the vibe and human collaboration that occurred in that studio. Dude, I would give, the hack question, what would you do with a time machine? Most people be like, oh, I'd go kill baby Hitler or whatever. What I would do is I would go to 3 different periods. If I had 3 round trips to do, one, I would go see Apollo 11 launch and witness the landing on the moon. 2, I would go peak 1980s LA and just experience the real era of sex, drugs, and rock and roll. But 3, I would go back to the 70s and witness Sound City, the studio, and witness Fleetwood Mac recording probably my favorite album of all time, Rumors. If I had a time machine, I would go back. I would go to those 3 specific time points. Yeah, thanks, guys. Big J, great mix. The harmonies were very clean and tight. Thank you. But if you listen to the vocal tracks raw, they're not perfectly in time with one another. And that's what makes it musical. That's what makes it human. That's what makes it awesome to me. There's one thing that I kind of want to touch base on, because there's one thing that was really sticking out to me. And that's in the pre-chorus is his S's. Those. That was really throwing me off. I was listening at a comfortable, not blasting but not quiet, speaking voice volume when we were listening to that. So let's go take a look at his pre-chorus, which is right here. And I'll just fuck with the de-ester a little bit.
I know how hard it is to throw yourself back in. Something's fading, something's missing. I know how hard it is to throw yourself back in. Something's fading, something's missing. I know how hard it is to throw yourself back in. Something's fading, something's missing. I know how.
And there's also one area that should not have. I think this is also too quiet here with the going into the bridge part. Let's bring it up a little bit here. That was just a little too quiet for me. Oh my God.
Break your glass skin, bulletproof bones, and a paper heart that's bound to rip.
And also right when this line right here.
It's so familiar to me now.
So this that should be dry too, I think.
It's so familiar to me now.
And then when on it's all familiar to me now, on now, then it comes back.
It's so familiar to me now. It's so familiar. It's so familiar to me now.
Yeah, and then that just comes right in and gets the wetness back. That's good.
But this my bulletproof bones, and it's shaking me down. I wanna bleed it all out, 'cause it's so familiar to me now. It's so familiar to me now.
Yep, that's good. That's good to me. All right, because I love the song so much, I want to listen to it one more time. Except what we're going to do is we are going to render this in real time. I never render songs in real time anymore. Let's save this. Save this at 48 because we recorded a mix at 96K. Real time. There. Glass Skin 2026 mix. And now let's enjoy it one more time, and we'll listen to it one more time together.
Hot summer streets where we grew old and high. 3 a.m. Tattoo Push back with every step, don't let them tell you who you are, and hold on. But this modern human nature can break your glass skin, bulletproof bones, and a paper heart that's bound to rip. But this modern human nature can break your glass skin, bulletproof bones, and it's shaking me down. I wanna bleed it all out, 'cause it's so familiar to me now. It's so familiar to me now. It's so familiar to me now. You got to hold on. You got to hold on. You got to hold on. You got to hold
I really hope that doesn't sound like shit when I play it in my car. I mean, I'm going through the ARC studio here. My room is corrected with the room EQ. I'm in my prime mixing position, but when I was back here, I was more like hearing the more the room of how it sounds like in the room here. That would really, it's going to really suck if I play this in my car or other sources and it doesn't sound good. Because that sounds fucking dope right now. Like, that's night and day better than what I originally had it when I mixed this a month ago without the room corrected EQ in the ARC studio. For me, if we're talking music, I would go watch the Beatles, Hendrix, and Black Sabbath. Oh, my God. Okay. Oh, boy. If I have to sacrifice one of my things, I would sacrifice going to Sound City Studios. And I would go to Abbey Road and watch the Beatles revolutionize how music is made. As far as a band and like how their catalog is, that, you know, do I put on Yellow Submarine, the album, and I listen to that and be like, oh my God, this is musical perfection? Absolutely fuck no. I put on Revolver and I think it's a damn good record. Honestly, I think my favorite Beatles album is probably A Hard Day's Night, before they got trippy and became like exclusively in a studio. I think A Hard Day's Night's my favorite Beatles record. But my favorite Beatles song? Ooh. Here, There, and Everywhere, off of Revolver, is my favorite Beatles song. And let's see. Now I'm actually curious. I've never actually answered this question. Like, what are my favorite Beatles songs? In My Life is amazing. That's probably number 2 or number 3. Is it on? No, it's on Sgt. Pepper's. A Day in the Life. That's A Day in the Life. Here, There, and Everywhere, In My Life, Blackbird. Oh, what's the fifth one? What is my... If I have to make a top 5. A Day in the Life is definitely number 1. Here, There, and Everywhere is number 2. In My Life is definitely number 3. What are 4 and 5? Ooh. What? Something off of Abbey Road. That's probably 4. Oh, what's 5? Oh my God. Oh, Paperback Writer and Taxman are good ones too. Good Day Sunshine's a good one too. Yeah, Hard Day's Night's probably my favorite Beatles album to like listen like. Oh, number 5, If I Fell, off of A Hard Day's Night. Those are my 5 favorite Beatles songs. Yep, I'm confident to say that those are my 5 favorites. The harmonies on If I Fell are harmonies that I literally want to chase with a band. I haven't met a band that can harmonize to that degree of perfect. Like, when my dad was forcing vocal lessons on me, like, he was almost to the point of taking a belt out and whipping me for failing to sing George Harrison's harmony on If I Fell. Because he goes high and then he goes low. Da, 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 da. He does like he does that like yeah. Yeah, okay, those are my 5 favorites. Yep. A Day in the Life, Here, There, and Everywhere, In My Life. Fuck, what the hell did I say number 4 was? What the hell did I say number 4 was? I'm an idiot. I totally forgot what number 4 was. Oh, Something. Something and If I Fell. 5 favorite Beatles songs. The only band that I've heard in my entire life that has come close to the Beatles is Fleetwood Mac. Only band that's come close. Penny Lane, yeah, that's a good one too. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna get copyright ID'd by on YouTube anyway. This is more incentive for you to fucking subscribe on Rumble, because I don't get copyright striked on Rumble. If I fell in love with you, would you promise to be true and help me? These are the shitty stereo remasters. I don't like the stereo remasters. I like the mono ones because I have the only CDs I have out are the limited edition 2017 remasters of the mono versions of the albums that are sitting on my shelf right up there. But like, I can't find the mono mix of it, but like the harmonies on this are insane. To you, yeah. I must be sure from the very start that you. Yeah, dude, the fucking harmonies on that song are like goosebump inducing. And then you go to a song like Something, where it's like, for my money, it's the best love song that's ever been written. And also for my money, the best song George Harrison wrote for the band. I have a soft spot for Octopus's Garden just because I love any song that Ringo sings on and takes lead. But then again, as much as I love the Beatles, they have a lot of unlistenable stuff to me. Like all of the Yellow Submarine soundtrack, as much as I hate to say it, and I know it's going to like make people melt, but there's a lot of songs on Sgt. Pepper's I don't like. There's a lot of songs on the White Album I don't like. I listen to the Beatles more for how they revolutionized how recording the albums got, you know? I listen to how they revolutionized the recording aspect of music. But also we can't deny, you know, we can't deny that without the Beatles, Ozzy Osbourne wouldn't have inspired to do Black Sabbath. So there's that at least. All right. This was fun, guys. Almost 4.5 hours I've been on, so I'm going to call it a night tonight. We got 3 songs finalized. At least I hope they're finalized. I'm going to upload them to Dropbox. I'm going to really like meticulously critique it and listen back because I want to treat this as I'm doing it today for a client today. Because this song, the final one, Glass Skin, I would love to put on my portfolio. Because it's a really fucking good song. And it's something that like I had a pretty heavy hand in producing. So, yeah. You know what? We're mentioning the Beatles. I'll tell this one story. And then I'll call it a night. So, the best... I've only shed a tear at a concert one time in my life. Only once. And that's the time I went and saw Paul McCartney. I went and saw Paul McCartney live. And he was... let me see. For some reason, I can't look at my old videos on my Facebook profile on the website. I have to do it on the app for some weird reason. So let me find it. Let's see, is this it? He did Blackbird that night. Oh my God. So the story behind this show. Okay, there it is. That's what I wanted. So what I got to do is reshare the video like on my profile. I have it set to only me in private, but now I can actually go to my Facebook page and view it. That's how I got to look at my old video. So this is my view at Paul McCartney at the tippy top of the Barclays Center, literally the very last row. Used to say that this ever-changing world in which we live makes you give it a cry. So live and let die. All right, so I'll just pause right here to just give you an idea of where I'm sitting. So the only time I've ever shed a tear at a concert, Mother's Day was coming up. And I was literally working in the kitchen as a prep cook and delivering pizza. Like, I was making barely anything to survive. Paul McCartney announced that he was going to go on tour and he was going to stop at Barclays. So I saved for 2.5 months, and I got my mother and I tickets to go to this concert. I paid for it. We were at the very tippy top of Barclays. They were $480 for the pair, but we got them. And I surprised my mother on Mother's Day, or on her birthday rather, with the birthday card and the tickets. So we went, and in the set, he did it back to back to back, 3 in a row. He did Yesterday, Hey Jude, and Let It Be. And those are three of my mother's favorite songs. And I was watching it. I was already getting like emotional because I'm seeing a fucking Beatle. Like, I'm literally seeing one of the last 2 surviving Beatles perform. He was sounding great. Everything, like, mix-wise was sounding great, but I wasn't focused on the mix, even though it sounded fine. But I was seeing a fucking Beatle. And then near the middle of Hey Jude, and then he started right into Let It Be, I looked at my mother, and she was bawling her eyes out because she's been a big Beatles fan, and I've never taken her to a concert. But I know she would never have gone to see Paul McCartney if I didn't buy the tickets. This would have been another one of those, well, I wish we could have seen it. No, I saved up every penny, and I put everything I had into buying these tickets. And seeing my mother bawl her fucking eyes out, witnessing Paul McCartney, that got me. That got me to shed a tear, and I'm like, I'm a good son. I'm a good son. I'm a good son. Yes, I fucking did it. I'm the best son that's ever sunned. Yeah, I don't cry at concerts. I've only cried at 4 movies in my life. Well, this is before I was starting like really live mixing sound when I saw Paul McCartney. I would not have cared if Paul McCartney was not mixed well. I'm seeing Paul fucking McCartney. So the 4 movies. Okay. Interesting fun fact. If this ever comes up, if I ever like make it super famous, and this is a Jeopardy question. These are 4 movies that always get me. I've only cried at 4 movies. The first one is Saving Private Ryan, and that's the end of the movie. Not anything else in the beginning, middle, or whatever. The end of the movie, when you find out that Private Ryan was, it transitions to that shot of old Ryan in the graveyard, and you realize, oh my God, that was Private Ryan the whole time. And the grave he's standing at is Tom Hanks's grave. And he turns to his wife, like sobbing almost, and he says, tell me I lived a good life. Tell me my life was worth it. And he has his family behind him and everything. I'm like, oh my God. That scene almost gets me every time. The second one, and this is probably going to be a very stark contrast here, Toy Story 3. First time I saw that in theaters, I bawled, uncontrollably crying. At the very end, when Andy brings the toys and drops off the toys to Bonnie, the little girl, and he takes them out one by one, introduces them, and reminisces about the memories he had with them, and giving her all the toys. I'm sorry, like it's hitting me now. And at the very end, he's hesitant to give Woody to Bonnie, and he talks about how Woody was his almost like his best friend growing up, and they play together one last time before Andy goes off to college, and that's already emotional. But then you read into it, and it's like, oh my God, this movie's a metaphor for saying goodbye to childhood and letting go. Like letting go of childhood and becoming an adult. And when you see that, and and when it finally hits you, like, in the music too, like, it wasn't like, it wasn't sad. It was so perfectly written. Like, no ending of a trilogy and no ending of a movie was as perfect as Toy Story 3. And then Disney had to go and be like, we want to make more. And to be fair, Toy Story 4 was good. It wasn't Toy Story 3. And Toy Story 5 is about to come out. Definitely won't be Toy Story 3. Bro, when I went with my mom, my girlfriend at the time, and we saw Toy Story 3 in theaters, there were a couple of people sobbing in the theater. Of course, they were all women. I was the only one, the only guy. I was, dude, eyes rolling down, because it hit me. I was like, oh my God, he's saying goodbye to his childhood. He's letting go of childhood. And the way the camera pans up to the clouds at the very end before it fades to black, that's how the first movie opened. Like, that is perfection of how to end a movie. Jesse donated $27.99 Canadian. Thank you, Chris, for inspiring new sound mixers like me and making your videos and streams so informative and entertaining. I'm totally blind and still a lot from you. You are quite welcome, sir. Thank you. You're legit blind? Well, then you got, like, you know what? Your name's not Jesse. Your name's now Matt Murdock. You're gonna fight bad, sound mixing bands in your Daredevil outfit. You're the Daredevil of sound guys. That's your name now. Your name's no longer Jesse. Your name's Matt Murdock. I mean that in the best way possible. Let's see. So, the ending of Saving Private Ryan, the end of Toy Story 3. The other one, the most recent that fucking absolutely destroyed me to the point where it's the only movie that has ever made me have to calm myself down and sit through the credits. And even still, when the lights came back on in the theater, I still couldn't get up from my seat because it fucked me that much. The Whale. The Whale with Brendan Fraser. Not only is the movie amazing, and like it's sad and depressing enough as it is, when you watch the movie and understand Brendan Fraser's characters. To get on a personal note here, guys, for 7 years, my one and only younger brother, and I didn't talk, and my family was torn apart because of it. No one talked to one another. And for 7 years, I was tormenting myself with that pain of that. And in the Whale, Brendan Fraser is struggling because he wants to desperately reconcile with his daughter, played by Sadie Sink. Which, by the way, of all the kids from Stranger Things, Sadie Sink's the only one that's going to have a career in Hollywood. She's the only one that's going to have a lasting career because she's excellent. But anyway, I digress. It's at the very end of the movie where he's reading his daughter's essay to her and how proud he was of her and how he loved her unconditionally, and you see her crying too. And at the very end, when he gets up and like his heart's fading, like he's gonna die, he gets up. He musters the strength to physically stand up for the first time in years because he's so morbidly obese, and he walks to her to stand, and like he accepts death and he dies at the end of the movie. That's why it fades to white, because he dies, and he gets to hear her call him daddy one more time before he dies, and they like through eye contact they reconcile. And bro, the Whale fucked me in ways that no other movie ever fucked me. That like literally just right in the heart, pulled at all the strains that my personal life with my family, So that's 3. And the only other movie that ever made me genuinely like lose my shit and cry was the documentary about Mr. Rogers, Won't You Be My Neighbor? Not the movie where Tom Hanks played Fred Rogers. Not that movie. I'm talking about the documentary that was released to celebrate Mr. Rogers' life. Now, growing up, I was a product of my parents divorcing. At 4 years old, the earliest childhood memories I have were at 4 years old. One was holding my baby brother when he was born in the hospital. I remember the yellow scrubs I was wearing, holding my brother as soon as he was cleaned off by the doctors. And 2 was witnessing my parents fight and going through the divorce proceedings. So growing up, now, my stepfather was a very nice guy. He was there, he provided for my mother, and they are a much better couple than my mom and my dad were. Right? So that's amazing. And my stepfather's he's a good man. But he had 3 kids of his own from his previous marriage. It was a very Brady Bunch situation going on. And he and I never had like the father-son bonding things. Like he never showed me how to ride a bike, never played pitch catch with me in the backyard when I was trying to be Little League or whatever. We didn't really do a lot of that stuff, and that's fine. I don't have any like undesired trauma because of it. But we just didn't have that father-son like memories or whatever. I saw my dad every other weekend. So growing up for a lot of my childhood, Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood was how I learned about life from a male figure. And Mr. Rogers was quintessentially the father figure that I had every day growing up until I went to my dad's house for the weekend, every other weekend. So I remember very vividly, there was an episode that was on replay and I saw it and it was about parents divorcing. And that's the first time that like I was an emotional mess because I didn't understand why are mommy and daddy not together anymore. I couldn't comprehend it. And then Mr. Rogers helped me get over my parents divorcing. And a bunch of other life lessons I learned from watching Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. So when they made a documentary about him, celebrating his life and his career and what like he was like as a person behind the scenes, and you learn from watching this documentary that he was as gentle and kind and amazing as he would portray himself on TV. He always treated his staff with nothing but love and admiration. He was a devoted husband, and I think he was a father. I don't know. I honestly don't know. But like he was as every bit of amazing of a man in person off TV as he was on TV, and just like this whole movie was just celebrating how amazing of a man he was. And just watching that, I was like, oh, fuck. I was literally watching a movie eulogy, and I'm saying in quotations here, about my dad. Those are 4 movies that actually got me to shed a tear. So at the end of all this, if you're watching this and think that I'm some cold-hearted bastard, or I'm just a stereotypical grumpy sound guy, I have feelings too. Yes, I do have a heart. I really am like the Grinch that like his heart grows 2 sizes too big. Bro, oh, Big J, bro, that's how I feel about William Daniels, a.k.a. Mr. Feeney. Oh, my God, that's another one, too. He's 99. Oh, bro, Okay, so like what's really I don't get bummed when celebrities die because I didn't know them personally. And even when Mr. Rogers died, I was like, "Oh, that really fucking sucks." But I never got emotional. It's when I saw the movie that's when I got emotional. The last celebrity that I legit got bummed at because I'm like, "Oh, that's really terrible that we lost him," was comedian Patrice O'Neal. Not only did I meet the guy several times when I worked at SiriusXM, but from all accounts, like he was a good dude. But like, I really am a huge fan of his comedy and like the way he sees the world. And that's the last celebrity where I'm like, bro. Before that was Tom Petty. Tom Petty was the last musician where I'm like, you know, I didn't like, oh my God. I like, even with Ozzy Osbourne, I'm like, oh, man. And I think it was like in less than a week, him and Hulk Hogan in the same week. Like, look, don't get me wrong. Hulk Hogan as Terry Bollea as the person, probably not the nicest guy in the world, especially if you were black, because he wasn't a fan of black people. But when I was a kid, discovering professional wrestling and seeing this superhero, the dude was part of my childhood. Yeah. I was more upset about Hulk Hogan than Ozzy Osbourne, if I'm being completely honest. But like, I don't get upset when famous people die. Like it's tough to strike, but like to legit get me to break and like tear up. But anyway, I don't know how we got on this topic, but I think something to do with me crying at Paul McCartney. Okay, since you guys are troopers, how about this? I will give you guys a reward for sticking around this long. I'm going to load up one more session. We're not going to mix it, but I'm going to give you guys a very raw preview of my magnum opus, the best song that I have ever produced. There we go. For some reason, when I load up a new project, sometimes OBS fucks with the audio device. All right, let's see. Let me play just the bass. All right, yeah, just as I thought. It's not. I have to reset the interfaces. All right. I'll be right back real quick. I got to pee one more time, and then we're going to listen to this raw, and then we'll call it a night. Okay. Oh man, I almost don't want to do this because I have to commit to it now. So story behind this song. So the band that we were mixing tonight, those were the last 3 full songs that I have from them. About a year and a half prior to the recording of these songs, we were doing another EP's worth of songs in the basement of the drummer at the time. And this is back when the band was in we want to be raw rock. We want like power rock. And I think at the time, right when we were recording this, let's see, when were the audio files recorded? Spring, summer 2016. So at that time, in 2011, Foo Fighters' Wasting Light album came out. Then Sound City Documentary came out. And then the Foo Fighters released another album, Sonic Highways. And I was obsessed, like clinically obsessed with no fake anything. We want all real instruments. And the band wanted a more harder edge. So I'm like, okay, let's Foo Fighter the shit out of this. With this song, there were a lot of elements that as a producer, because if you're just joining and weren't watching the whole stream, I produce from a listener perspective. I understand enough sheet music and music theory to be able to like squeeze by, but I mainly just hear it and I'm like, oh, okay. So if I go 3 notes, da da da, I can harmonize. That's easy. I more have an ear than like working theory knowledge of music. The band came to me with this song, and I'm like, all right, here's what I jokingly call always the track 3 of the EP. And what I mean by that is when you buy an album, most of the time, the best song on the album is track number 3. It's usually the lead single. It's usually the silent B-side that like gets everyone like going like, oh yeah, this song fucks, you know? So if I say to someone, oh, that's a track 3 song, that's like, that's the Chef's Kiss song. So this song was the track 3 of the EP. And they came to me with this song, and I'm like, all right, I can fuck with this. And there are elements in all across the board. The way the bass was played, the way the guitar was played, some of the harmony guitar parts that are there, and especially the gang vocals and the way that the vocals are orchestrated. And at the very end, with the lead guitars and the backing vocals at the very end, I will take 100% of the credit for that. I will take 100% of the credit because it wasn't originally supposed to be in there. And in a very stoned state of mind, I was like, dude, we should totally fucking do that, man. And then we tried it, and everyone went like, eyes were bloodshot. We were like, yo. And this has been the one song that I've been holding off doing on my live stream because this is the best that I have in my catalog as far as producing goes. And I'm so fucking proud of this song. I love this song. It's my favorite song it's probably my favorite song I've ever recorded. The only critique that I have, you guys heard the 3 songs that we were doing tonight. This is after Mark the singer started singing a little more lower because that was his real pitch. The only real critique I have about this song is Mark sings a little higher, and it's right at the cusp of where he can actually go vocally. So, other than that, this song is the best that I've ever done, producing-wise. So, okay. This is completely raw, as in, like, there is not even, like, auto-align to phase-align everything. The only thing that I did to this was get the levels balanced as good as possible, and I panned. That's it. Other than that, this is completely 100% raw. This is my magnum opus, and this is the song that we're going to be working on in the coming sessions here on the stream. Enjoy. That's the best song I've ever produced. And that's what we're going to be working with next. I'll talk about the session stuff I've done to get, the song where it was. But as far as that's my Blue Eyes White Dragon. That's my first edition Shadow holographic Charizard. That's what we're going to be working with in the coming streams. And I'm going to take my sweet ass time making sure this is perfect. Yeah. But in short, those guitar leads at the end and those like long gain vocals, oh, that's all me. The gain vocals, keep the tap of drowning, like that. And choosing for all of us to go like the long in the choruses. Those are 3 of the major things that I've contributed to this song, as well as the very reggae sounding guitars in the verses. You could almost say that this is probably the one and only exception where I'm like, I contributed heavily in the writing and the arrangement of the song. But again, my job is to make sure the band's happy with it. So if the band were to ever, like, at the time, if the band ever published it, maybe I would have been like, hey, can I get a little extra for helping sprinkle enough salts? You know, helping, like, sprinkle enough extra spice on it to give it that little extra. Yeah, the gain vocals are, it's I'm in there somewhere. If you isolate, you could probably hear me. I'm in the backing vocals. It all comes down with the better thing out there. Like the gain vocals at the end of the chorus. And the keep it up and drowning. Like that stuff. That was, I'm in there somewhere with the whole band. And we quad tracked everything as you saw in the session. So it sounds fucking massive. But yeah, this is the one that I've been really like saving as far as like going back to my old sessions, because these mix and chill sessions are mostly my old shit that I'm just remixing to first off flex on myself, to be like, hey, look how far you've come, dude. Review what mistakes I made, and with you guys show that you can get a song sounding great despite, as you can see behind me, recording in a fucking tiny ass 1-bedroom apartment with a, I'd say 13.5 by 13.5 area. The 3 songs that we mixed tonight, all done in here. This song that I just played for you was recorded in a 10-foot by 8-foot rectangular basement closet, essentially, at the drummer's parents' house. And it sounds fucking massive because we took time and patience and learned what sounded good. What's the newest stuff you produced? You know what? Fuck it. Well, we're going to end the stream tonight on one of my favorite EPs and projects I've ever been a part of. We're going to end on this. And I'll play the whole song because I want to give credit where credit's due to the band. But one of the last EPs that I've produced, I'm actually in the process of mixing a new EP from the death metal band Scarlet King. But since they haven't explicitly told me that I can stream the mixing session of it, I'm not going to. I want their permission to, because it's a new song. There's new music. So I'm not going to stream the mixing of it. But we can end on the last EP that I've done studio work on. And we'll end with Beat Stew, ska. I knocked a ska band off my bucket list. And we're going to end playing my favorite song off of the EP. It's called Come to Us, and yes, that's exactly what you think it means. That's it. That is exactly what you think it means. We'll end on this, guys. We'll play it. Just give credit where credit's due. The drums were recorded in Dingbats. The drums are the Dingbats house kit. A room mic was set up in Dingbats, and we recorded the drums literally on the Dingbats stage. The guitars, bass, and vocals, everything else were recorded at either here or at the main guitar player Brian and singer Brian's house. This was their second ever recording venture. So again, they were not as experienced in a recording setting. And they have 2 EPs I produced for them. First is The Worst. And they jokingly came up with that because, like, hey, it's our first EP. It's obviously going to be the worst sounding. Then we did Wish You the Worst. And then they did a single at some live studio in New York City or whatever and recorded a live version of Mr. Blue Sky by Electric Light Orchestra. So this is the studio version of their song Come to Us. And yes, it's exactly what you think it means. So we'll end on this. We'll let it play. And I'll say goodnight afterwards. So enjoy Beat Stew.
Chumps who just wanna hump themselves dry as you cry, cause all you wanna do is come to us. Come to us. The thought of it used to hurt me. The idea of you being so thirsty. Life goes on, look where we are, on top of the world with all these people. We hit the stage and engage into a plane of lights and sound where there's nobody better. Pound for pound, you sit at home all alone, crying over what you lost with nothing but our music. Come to us. Come to us. Because I know you won't be able to do with just him or her or them or anyone but me. What you need is a little bit of extra stimulation.
yeah, other than the new EP I'm working on right now with Scarlet King, this is probably the last EP that I worked on that's still on Spotify. A lot of bands I've recorded music for, they break up and they delete their shit off Spotify. Yeah. Yeah, they fucking did, no, I lied. That's not the last thing that I produced chronologically. Hold on. I mean, unfortunately, I have to give the assholes publicity, but this is the last, like, you asked the last thing that I really...
Hey, guys. How's it going?
So I have a playlist on my channel where we recorded the last single that Menace and the Hellfire produced. It's on my channel. It's a public playlist. How to record, mix, and film a video for your band's next single. I go through the entire process: drums, bass, guitar, vocal, music video, everything. And we went over everything. Like, I even showed you how I edited the music video. Now look at that. Look at that. That's the face of a man who fucks. Look at that freeze frame. I always find the most... That's my new Tinder profile picture. Yeah. Ladies, I'm single. Yeah, so I went over everything, and this is the end result. I'll play a little bit of it because I really don't want to give these fucking assholes, well, mainly the guitar player, but I don't want to give him any publicity. But this is a little bit of the results that we got, and you guys need to be aware that I'm literally playing a YouTube video, so it's like, let me switch it to 4K. This is YouTube compressed audio. Right. So that's the last studio single that I've produced. And we all recorded everything in that tiny ass rehearsal studio. Everything was done in that tiny ass fucking roach infested rehearsal studio. And it still came out sounding pretty dope. No replacements of any kind. No samples were added on top of it. No amp sims, no nothing. That is all 100% the band. Yeah, so that ska band and that hard rock song are the last two things that I've done. I do a lot more live stuff. I do a lot of live multi-track and video recording. So I did something for Dead Again Typo Negative tribute band. Let me see if I can find it, but Let me find the right song. Yeah, there it is. Okay.
Thank you all.
All right. I'm going to have to full display this, but I do a lot of multi-track live recording. I mix it in post, and I have cameras set up. So this is one of the last live projects that I did. This was Halloween weekend, essentially, last year. And the band is Dead Again, and they're a Typo Negative tribute band. I recorded the tracks live at Dingbats. I shot the footage, and I edited the footage, and I color graded and everything. So this is mainly what I do. This is most of my, if you want to call it produced stuff. I mainly just record live performances a lot now.
I don't wanna be me. I don't wanna be anymore.
Switch to 1080p. Because I think my internet's starting to shut down. Oh, wait, I think my internet probably did shut down. Oh, no, it didn't. Okay. Whatever. There it is. Yeah, so that's a lot of what I do. Yeah, I don't care. I'll stay on. I was actually before this turned into a let me show off what I've done, I was actually probably going to play video games. Yeah, the dude who is basically Peter Steele does a really good voice of Peter Steele. But yeah, that's what I do. Okay. Now for real, I am going to say goodnight. So thank you all for sticking around. Thanks for checking out this the stream. And thanks for listening to the mix. And thanks for making this an entertaining Tuesday night. It is Tuesday, right? Yeah, it's going into Wednesday. Okay. Yeah, I lose track of everything because I don't sleep. All right. Good night. Bye.